Hey, my name's Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called the Godkiller. What do you do in the Godkiller? It's the afterlife. It's a weird place. God is there. He's a jerk. You might have to fight him. You explore. You solve puzzles. You run from things. You fight things. It has a fast feel to it, but you can take as much time as you want. The view of things is very detailed. It matters if an object is placed one square to the left or right. By the way, everything is oriented on squares. Why would I bother to explain to you what the game is without just showing it to you? I have my reasons, but I would also show you the game a little bit. Also, I'm going to get in the habit of naming my archived videos after the thing that I demo instead of the thing that I work on, because most of the people that watch the archives just watch the first 5-10 minutes to get an idea of recent progress, and then they just probably get pretty bored with watching me work, which is fine. It's more interesting to me than anybody else, the things I'm working on. But I'll do a quick demo. I worked yesterday on a number of things. This game element that I call pop-up spikes, that's it, these things here. I invented it to solve a problem in level design, and then I really loved it and I wanted to make some more levels just with this element. I was trying to solve a problem on one of the final levels of the game, and so I just decided I'll make this thing. How it works is, let me turn the volume up a bit. There's these spikes down there. You can push things over the top of it, but you yourself can't walk over it. This isn't the best level to demo those because you can't really see the animations, because when you die you flit off to another place. But anyways, I think I showed that on other episodes. Oh, here you'll be able to see it. Okay, I'll kill myself. And you see the spikes, they kind of fly up like that and look deadly, but you can push blocks over the top of them. So it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, except that it lets me design puzzles where there's areas that are inaccessible to you but not to the blocks. So it makes it so that you need to solve these puzzles with one route for the blocks and a different route for you. And that is interesting to me from the point of view of level design. So I started on my second level with pop-up spikes. Oh, the other thing I did is I changed the sound to be much more subtle, and I spent a fair amount of time on it to get the sound how I wanted, and it sounds very unimpressive, this jiggle sound. But I worked hard on it, and I'll explain briefly where I started from. I had a sound that played that sounded like a harp pluck, really understated harp pluck, but it played on each shake of those spikes. And I alternated the note so that when the spikes went to the left, it would be one note, and to the right it would be another note, and it made a really pleasant trilling noise, and it happened to sound just like a phone ring. Not a blaring phone ring, but just kind of like somebody was calling you. And I realized after a while that every time I stepped next to one of these things, I kept on feeling like I needed to answer my phone, even though the ringtone doesn't sound anything like that. It sounded like an old-fashioned landline mechanical bell, rotary phone bell. And it was just starting to annoy me, and it didn't feel right, and so I took it out and I replaced it with another sound, and I took the pieces that go into this sound from some old recordings I'd made previously, and I chopped and processed them up and made it subtler and subtler and subtler until finally I arrived at this and decided this is good. So it's meant to be just enough to make you pay attention when you walk close to one of these things and say, oh, that might be a threatening square. That might be something I don't want to walk on. I suppose having the death head go over the top of it, the skull, is another really obvious clue. Anyways, I spent a lot of time with that. Okay, then on to this level. This level, the idea of it is that you will use these 1 blocks to push the T blocks along in a path. There's an underside to this whole thing. I'm about 25% of the way through it, so it's not even really worth demoing, but I'm about ready to end the demo portion of the stream and start the work on shit portion of the stream, and I will be finishing up this level in this session, and I think after that I'll go off stream and do some more work, because I need to do work on the last 2 levels of the game, which I want to keep off stream. So yeah, this is level number 52. I made 52 levels in 3 months, and we put them through play testing. They're pretty close to completion. I would say they're play complete, meaning they're missing story-based media, and perhaps some cosmetic improvements like swapping out like one of these generic pillars for a statue, stuff like that. I'll go through later on through all the levels and kind of make decisions about what existing plain objects can be replaced with something more interesting, or maybe add details to those objects. So like this would be an example. This is where the words, the word victory is spelled. There's 6 blocks in here to start with. This thing just holds them in place so that when you knock a block up, it'll land here. Well, there could be a little bit of decoration around the outside of this area. It could look a little more victorious. So that's the kind of stuff we'll get in a second pass. But as a first pass, nearing finishing all the levels from the standpoint of making them play complete. So let's get on to working. So these axles are one of the main things you can fiddle with. You have to come up to the tower and fling yourself against one of the 3 pillars to land down below. But once you've landed, I don't want the player to be able to depart from this axle area onto the rest of the field here, where the T block is meant to move around without you directly touching it. Okay, so I'm going to put border spikes around each of these axles. This kind of layout is a little bit challenging, where you end up putting holes in floors. From a modeling standpoint, it's more work. It takes a little more thought. Okay, so let me think. I need to get this one, this one, this one. So one more edge loop. No, I don't know why you put the edge loop there. I might have to redo this object just from scratch. It seems like the edge loops are a little bit tricky to place in it. And whenever I have to do an undo and there's a certain number of polygons in the object, it gives me a big spinny. This one is excessive, though. I don't feel good about this one. This might be a forced quit situation. All I know is if I don't have to force quit and that spinny stops, I'm just deleting that object. It's looking like a force quit. God damn it. I'm telling you, ProBuilder and Unity, I think they're barely workable at times. There's some work that they all need to do. Let me see. Let's force quit you. I press the undo button. Why does that put me in a force quit situation? That's my question. Okay. Feels like somebody screwed up. And I don't think it was me. I think it was somebody on the ProBuilder team or somebody on the Unity team. The Unity team. There's got to be like 30 Unity teams. Alright, let's go back to Victory Tiers. Alright, this guy, I'm just gonna yoink it out and create a fresh set of geometry here that will have holes in all the right places. Would really like some hotkeys for setting the snap intervals. This window is another source of problems, and I've learned to avoid using it, because what happens is it'll lock up this whole pane and I won't be able to make any visual updates to this pane. So that's why I've started just picking all the options out of the menu up here. And I would invest in making that more performant, but I'm almost done with my level creation for this project, so it doesn't seem like there's as high of a possibility of getting the effort paid back in optimizing my workflow around ProBuilder. So I normally do, if I see anything that's like taking me extra time, figure out some way to speed it up. But when I'm close to the end of a type of work, it's not as important, or it's not as likely to pay off. Okay, so okay. Yeah, I guess I just need to pull it this way. Okay. Oh, I forgot. So this will come out 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is an annoying part. So because it's possible for you to land on top of this guy, that means that I have to have the spikes come out this way too. You gotta come all the way out to here. Okay. Okay, then this, now that I've got the way carved out, let's add these guys in the hole. I'll go and test this out after I get it put in. Make sure it's a good way to go before I repeat it on the other two axles. Another thing that I need to do, this has to be a hole to drop down to. I need to close off the sides of, how do I do that? Huh. Maybe I'll take the edge of this, kind of extrude it down. Let me try extruding that down. Oh, bam, just like that. Cool, I like that a lot. Also, that particular game object is not part of the LOD group, which means that I don't have to worry about repeating that on each LOD version. Okay, that works. Okay, similar thing here. Might as well do it now. Not you. There we go. Cool. All right, let's test it out. Canceling pre-prog. Weird. It reordered all the menu items. I mean, I kind of like the order it picked, but I don't know why it reordered them. Okay. Then we'll play. Just gotta test out that area, see, make sure it's not stupid. think that works. I do have to protect against flinging from the top of this as well. Not in this direction, but in the east direction. I might just put some spikes there just as a reminder that it needs to be done. But the end result, the end solution might not be the spikes. So, but let's do the spikes. This level is pretty ambitious. You might not be able to tell by looking at it, but the stuff that you have to do and all the things that allow you to do it are complex. Okay, there we go. So that's one axle. Let me do the others. I don't see myself making another level like this because there's basically just one little trick to it. Once the player figures it out, it's not going to be very unique to continue it on another level. The other thing I need to think about is putting in the holes for the... I should just call it the cue ball. This one block is like a cue ball. So if you start out and you knock the T here, the one falls down here. And through various means it's allowed to return back into play and you can use it to take another shot. So you can't fling over these spikes, but the one ball can. The cue ball. And that'll knock the T over here. Then you could knock west. There's a hole here for the cue ball to fall into. I'm just going to call it the cue ball. Okay. And if you go this way, hey DZ, what's going on? You go this way, then let's see. It's going to land. Oh, I've got this. It's off. It's off. Okay, so this needs to... Happy New Year to you too. I mean, it feels new to me. It really does. It's always a nice thing when you get that New Year feeling. Sometimes you're just like, some days went by. Other times it does feel like there's a big change. I suppose if you get a new president coming up, that's part of it. Okay, so then the block goes bam here, bam up here, it stops here. Then I've got, no, this is still wrong. Wait a minute. No, okay, no, this is right. So the T block comes here. One block falls through. Okay, then T block has to come this way. And it's got to fall through here. The one block. So I'll come down and fix this guy up. DZ, how's your fox coming? Or actually, I don't know. It seemed like you had another project you were maybe starting to get into also. Let's see. So T block comes here. One block falls down there. I should have another. Yeah, I've got one here. Gonna knock this in this direction. And then the T block will be here. One block needs to fall through here. Oops. Okay. Let's see. Okay, T-block there. That one has to be a fall through. Let's see, and then I understand. Yeah, I understand. I think that happened to me about 244 days ago. Let's see. So I want to follow the same pattern as this one. Okay, this is set right. This guy over here, I think should be like that. Okay. Try another edge loop. Hopefully I'll have better luck this time than last time. It's a little bit like invoking an unreliable spell. That time it was fine. Okay, don't. Nope. I made the decision earlier to have the spikes be inset into the ground, and I think it was the right decision, but a consequence of it is that I have to do all this extra modeling work to make space for those inset areas to go underneath the regular floor. If it was like one of the other items, like say ice that just lays on top of the floor, would be a lot easier. It's like if you want to install a sunken area into your living room, you have to tear up the floor to do it. Or I suppose you could build up the rest of the floor so that you'd have a sunken area in the middle of your living room. Same problem I have. Same solutions I have too. Oh, yeah. I'm not good with shaders. I've had a few successes, but man, shaders are hard for me. And I'm insisting on using like shader programming. I don't want to do that shader graph stuff. I just don't want to be locked into it. But yeah, I get you. Yeah, you could have. It'd be a lot like the sort of hologram stickers where you can see depth, but it's really a sticker on the top. So I'm close to saying I wish I was better at shaders, but that implies that, okay, go ahead, get better at shaders. It's more like I wish I was already better at shaders without having done the work to get good at them. I wish there was some gene in me that just like made me automatically understand shaders and actually aren't any concepts that are difficult. It's more just I don't understand the paths between using the information that's available and getting to the end and debugging it. I'm not good at that. I also am not great at sort of breaking out typical procedural programming tasks into massively parallel solutions with limited information. Not limited information, but no communication between the individual threads or a centralized thing that gets worked on. That stuff is tricky too. I didn't do too bad with the outline shader. I found some code and was able to modify it to have like varied line thicknesses and other features. But it is kind of nice to know that there's some areas of programming that I'm not good at after like 25 years of writing code in various situations. There's some types of coding I'm not good at. I don't even understand them that well. It's kind of nice to know that there's more that you could learn and be good at. And it's not just a new language or a new framework. There's actual concepts that are there to be picked up. Multi-threading sound. Multi-threading sound. Oh yeah, the multi-threading sounds interesting. Yeah, okay. First I misread that, like audio. There might be something there too. Got it. Yeah, well, there is also the thing like, sure, you've got a texture as the thing that gets output, or vertexes or whatever, but just because that data structure was designed to be visual doesn't mean it needs to be used for visual tasks. So, people use shaders for Bitcoin mining, and just like any high CPU task that can benefit from multi-threading, AI stuff, vision processing. So could use shaders to do other things in a game as well. Could use it for audio processing. I know you weren't talking about sound, but it is like a really friggin' powerful piece of computing that's available, and exploiting it is an interesting problem. As you say, I can't be a pro at everything. I think I'm not really a pro at too many things. I'm more just like a pretty competent guy at a large number of things, very generalist. I don't feel like I'm a pro at anything these days. Alright, so the T block goes north up here, bam, lands there. Then you go this way, T block lands over here, but we need a dropping hole for the one block. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if anything, I'm too much on the side of being a dilettante. And, you know, I do have some money in the bank. I'll be coming up to a time when it'll be right for me to find like a few artists to collaborate with and to get this done in a nice way. Guessing I kind of screwed up those other ones that I pulled down. Let me go take a look at them. Because I think I didn't grab all the right geometry on them. No, that's right. Huh. Guess I'm smarter than I think I am. Or luckier, one of the two. Okay, this one, not so much. This one's Fakaka. Alright, so let's delete that. Although I don't know why it's continuing to go down like that. Alright, let's just get a new one in here. There we go. That one's fucked. I didn't pull these down, so let's get those. Been like complaining about ProBuilder left and right this session, but let me say some good things. If I had an import of these objects from Blender or some other program, I did all the modeling for them in there, I wouldn't be able to do this maneuver I'm doing right now, which is just go right into the Unity editor and modify the object based on its existing geometry to get a variation on it. So that's pretty nice. If I was doing it with a really split apart modeling program coming into Unity, I'd have to author my variants inside of the modeling program, and then it would be selecting the appropriate variant to put here. But instead I can just grab this edge, pull it down. Okay, now we've got the sides there looking nice, and the default is they're not there, they're not present. And most of the time that works. Okay, let me not do that one though, because I think there might be a wall or something in front of it later. Okay, so then T-block lands here, one block down there. T-block to here, one block there. Alright, here it could come up, the T-block could land here, then the one block would need to drop right there. Okay, let me do this a little bit smarter. No, not this again. Jesus. I hit undo. Spinner starts going. Like it's got a lot of work to... Okay, whew, save. Yeah, so it's not. So when Object in ProBuilder has a kind of a, when it has like maybe over 20 or 40 faces, there starts to be a long delay after you choose Command Z to undo, and then you know, it's doing something like replaying a whole bunch of operations in reverse, or rebuilding the whole thing from all the operations that were performed at the beginning. So the undo on it is really janky. I talked to the ProBuilder team earlier about it, and I got the feeling it was just kind of a necessary way for them to handle it with the Unity architecture. And then I had to force quit a while ago because the undo wouldn't come to an end. It might have like 5 minutes later or something like that, but I got impatient. Alright, so what's the best way to do this? I have to clear out all this area already. That. So I think let's just redo this object. Okay, remember there's a hole there. Okay. Yeah, if anybody asked me, "Oh, you're using ProBuilder, should I use ProBuilder too?" I'd be like, "Let's think about that." maybe you should, maybe. Maybe it'll work for you. There are some downsides. I don't like to be mean about it because in some ways it's like transformed Unity, for me at least. It's been very helpful. I'd rather have it than not have it. But, man, there's some problems. Okay, so then if this is there, then this has to go. Okay, so that still closes off on this side. Here comes in. Then comes out to here. So I need one there, an edge there. Where's he? 1, 2, 3, down. Okay, one more. Yeah, this is another one to rebuild. I can see another hole over here. Is that? Okay, no, I don't need it. Cool. Okay, so this guy out to here. Wait, no. I got like that. Okay. Gotta make this the little island in the middle. Try to split these up into smaller game objects so I don't have to deal with like one monolithic floor. It's again just like if you had a home and there was, you know, some wooden floor inside and you wanted to replace the flooring. If it was all one piece, you'd have to take up the whole floor to fix one part of it. So same principle here. You just have some individual sheets, individual game objects that have some part of the floor. If you got to redo one, it's not that big of a deal. Delete it and redo it. Okay. Hole is here. Okay. Occurs to me I'll be able to take out some of these edge spikes because the fling path will already go over some other spikes, and that'll prevent the player from getting into the area that they're not supposed to get into. So I'll be able to simplify the board. This level is going to look so complex that I'll need to be looking for ways to simplify it visually but accomplish the same goals. Okay, so I'd like to get this so it's playable from beginning to end. I think I'm maybe 20 minutes away from that. T-block here. I think it goes that way. This guy should get pulled out. This is the drop hole. So the one block will fall down there. Okay. So then you have to get, okay, here's the one where I've got two drop holes. One for the F block, one for the one block. F block will go through here, one block will go through here. That might be it. The other thing I need is some ways to get the one block back out to the edge. I think I'll just put a cheap little exterior wall around everything. Call it good for now. Okay, let's start working through it, see how well it goes. Stupid height map. Always needs one extra edit play cycle for it to pick up the colliders of everything. Okay, which one am I doing? That one, okay. Alright, I didn't get that one put together right. So that means I gotta start over from the beginning, which is fine. Although it might be hard to get it back to the beginning. Okay, I'm gonna add a little more support for getting the ones moved around. Some grass would probably do it. Or even simpler, just put some block pads that are out a little ways from the corners, because that's where they're going to get stuck. So it should be a 1, not an A. Try it again. Oh shit, I put them on the same height as the floor. That means they're always going to be stronger magnets than the other ones. One pads. Okay. Let's not use them. Okay. let's put some grass down, but not just giant amounts of it though, just enough. So any place that the one could end up dropping, any place the one could go, let's put grass in front so it doesn't get stuck in the corners. Oops. Okay, so there's the corners, but probably also I'm going to run into problems where I want to be able to get it to some other place. Okay, I think the way to fix that, to give it some more routes, is put a point here where you can stop it. Whoops. Another point here. If you want to go back to where you were originally would have gone, you go up that way, just kind of knock it around inside of this formation. Yeah, I mean that's basically it. I'll tighten it up a little bit. Okay, hit there. Yeah, I think that's basically the minimal formation that lets you either continue if you want, or get off that path and bring it out over here. What if you're going the opposite way? This way? No, you need a little more to go in the opposite direction. Okay. So yeah, it just seems I could make this symmetrical. And what that gives me is a place where I can stop if I want. This is an off-ramp, basically. So let me just select that and repeat that. Okay. Okay. Here I want to flip it. Pretty easy to flip it. Just change how these are set. Ah! But that means I also need to get this out of the way. I think it's fine to have these all be in closer, so let's do that. Move this up a bit. This reminds me a tiny bit of the game of life. How there were certain formations of on and off states that produce different effects, and like you'd make a repeater if you wanted something that would be recurring. Yeah. So the rules of flinging imply a certain pattern will achieve a certain goal. Okay. Let's see, how's the player going to get to this one? I think they probably need one more thing like that. Okay, so let's use this formation to get to this guy, another one over here to get to this guy, put another one that goes out to here. Okay, I basically need to set up this level so that no matter where you put the one block, it should be possible to get it moved around to another launching point, any other one. So for all possible locations of the one block on the bottom tier, and for all possible destinations, it should be possible to get there. Move you closer to here. I can get to that. I get to, I think, all of these. Maybe pushing this one here is closer to this one. I could fix that just by moving this up a little bit, just to make sure it's unambiguous. I'll play test it first before we fiddle with it. It does need to be one up here. Okay, another thing I gotta think about is for these drop points, when they fly out, or they land on some grass spot that I can route from. This one's good, it drops right in the middle of that. This one I could move over a little bit and it would have the same behavior. I would like to keep this level as simple as I can because it will be pretty complex to look at and figure out. So I'm looking for ways to simplify where I can. It might be that all these little formations I made are not necessary. But I at least wanted to get to a point where I felt pretty confident that all the different possibilities would be covered, and then maybe I could simplify after that. Okay, this egg is going to block the path, so let's bring that up. Okay, player, move her up. Okay, that hole, that direction's covered. Okay, this coming out to here. It's going to stop there. So this one also, let's see, it's going to go bam out to here. Okay. Same deal with this. This guy coming this way. Just want to make sure it's covered. This will fly out to here and block there, and so we'll have it come out this way, or have the grass catch it west here and east on the other way. This catches here, this catches here. Just don't want it to go flat against a wall, basically. If it goes against grass, then it's like throwing your frisbee someplace where you can retrieve it from. You know, it's like going into the neighbor's backyard, but not a fenced backyard. Okay, F and 1, pushing east or south. This way it's good. Because if the player has to restart, then my level design is bad for this game. I don't want the player to have to restart a level ever. Okay, let's go. Boom, hit there. Cool. Alright, let me see if I can just play to the end now. I'm sure there's a few holes left in the 1 blocks and where they can go and all that. This might be a problem. I don't know where it's going to go. This is the only place I can push it. So there it's stuck, basically. Oh, but I do need to make another hole for pushing it in this direction without So should I make a hole or should I make spikes? I think let's make a hole because I want this to seem like it could be a legitimate path to take. Whereas if I put spikes there, it's clearly a dead end. I'm a little bit used to whenever I create like this kind of geometry on Windows machines, seeing black surfaces all of a sudden, so I'm going to avoid doing that. Instead, I'll just delete out this part here. This one's a little bit hard to select. I get right inside. There we go. Delete. Get the underside. I think that's it. Okay, then after deleting that, let's add back in by bridging. See, this is where Pro Builder is just really doing well for me. Okay. Try this again. Oh, don't make that mistake again. Let's fix the axle first. then I need a way to just get out of here without dying. Because if I die, the axle gets reset. So I could make the convention that this little area right here, the tip of it is just always a point where you can drop through. I think that's the way to do it. But I have to take a look. Is there any times when the final position needs to go over that? So for this one, you want to turn it this way. Doesn't matter if you turn it this way. Or it's not useful to turn it that way. Okay, for this one, there is a time when you want it to be over here. Okay. Is that right though? I've got a hole there. Oh no, the hole is like you want it to be on this side to catch it over there. And you might guess that you need to have it here. But that's not actually true. No, it is true. Wait a minute, what is this for? I've got a hole here. I don't know if I need that hole. I think that's just an oversight. Okay. Take a quick little break. I'll be back in maybe 5-10 minutes. Alright. Back to work, back to work. What was I even doing? Can I remember? I was trying to get this so I could play it through. I was looking over this business. Oh, that's right. There has to be an escape route from inside of here. So then I was looking at each axle to figure out, does it ever need to be down here? Because this would be a nice place to put the little drop chute for the player to get out. This one does need to be here. But I could put the drop chute off over here instead. Which also would solve another problem, because you can stand on top of the axles and fling inward. So if I've got the drop chute here, then that won't be an issue. No, you won't be able to fling there though. Okay, hold on. Let me just put this back. Now the undo is working pretty good with this one. Okay, so you need on the interior some way to get down there, or I could have the starting position be right there. That might be the most elegant solution. Let's do that. So we do south and we do west. If you want it west, you basically just have to kill yourself to get it there. Alright, and we'll have player escape spot there. Here needs to be like spikes to stop somebody from flinging off that way. Come on. Unity, come on. You know what I want. Just allow me to drag a prefab. Come on. Better save, I guess. It's being fucking weird on me. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing the thing that your interface implies you should be able to do. All right. This has to go up one more. That's going to look a little weird. I could just let you fling off over onto this stair area. There's no harm with that. But I'm going to rail this up though. So that'll look very strange if I've got that there. And is An area that I can have a wall placed on? I can. Okay, cool. Alright, so then I'll just add a wall there. Okay, so that, going in this direction, I've got a similar problem, but it's not as bad because there's a rail there. There will be a rail. Let me just throw the rail on there just so it's clear. And the rail is either, well, the gate will either be open or closed. If it's open, the rail will stop you. You'll land on the spikes underneath and die. If the gate is closed and you fling this way, well, you'll just hit against this wall and you can't go anywhere. I do have to worry about also flinging west-east. But as long as there's nothing to catch you in that direction, you'll be fine. Because you'll just go off out of the play area. I just don't want the player to be able to get into this middle tier other than around the axles where they can push them. Okay, let's try this again. Maybe it's solvable. Go get the axle. I like my rattling spikes. Okay, so the place I want it to be is over here. Okay. Oh, come on. Height map. Height map. Stupid height map. I should say stupid. Oh, I gotta ease off the rants. I've got too many rants today. Rants don't help you. They do not help you. You don't feel better afterwards. You haven't gotten any closer to solving your problems. Okay. I kind of like this thing where you're hidden from view. I mean, it's an accidental thing. You can't see where you are, but you do see where you are at certain points. You can use that to get a kind of reckoning about your actions underneath. I think I might keep that. I'm not sure yet. Okay, there is this problem that the height maps on the spikes will not work out right. Because like it's treating that as a wall for me going all the way down. Let me take a look how I did the colliders. The ideal thing would be just don't use a mesh collider on it. Did I already do that and there's some other issue? If I used a box collider, then yeah, I do have a box collider. So that should pick up as a, you know, a ceiling when it goes up this direction, even though it's missing the mesh for it. Yeah, the box collider should be active there. I removed all the colliders from these other guys. Is it a deal where I don't have it going all the way to the bottom? I think I do, though, because I can see a little gap here in between the collider and the mesh that's supposed to be sort of inset inside of that square. So I'm not sure what the issue is yet. 0.5125 is sort of fixing this little gap here. Okay, well, let's go back to the scene and look at the diagnostics on it. Draw the ceilings too. Yeah, you can see ceiling, and then here no ceiling. Let me do something like let's move one of these guys out a little bit so I can see how it's getting processed a little more clearly. Duplicate that. Let's get it out away from everything else. Maybe even let's bring it up higher. There we go. Yeah, I don't see anything for it detecting the ceiling. So this will just go all the way down. And I don't know why. It's detecting on one side but not the other. That's weird. The ceiling's way down there. Let's see what happens if I just drag this out away from all this stuff. Now it's just totally on its own. It can't be affected by anything down there. Okay, editor. No ceiling. I thought I understood how box colliders worked. There might be a few issues with the placement of these items inside of here, but I don't think that accounts for the problem. See, like this guy over here is kind of doing the same thing. It's just floating in air. I can see a ceiling underneath of it. Whereas this one What's the deal with you, box collider? Let's say I put a 0.5. Does that make any difference? There could be a rounding type of a thing going on. Or it's rounding the where it hits this up to the nearest integer and saying it's at the same place as the floor, so therefore it doesn't exist. Let me try this. Because of that unity issue, I'm never really sure if this is if the colliders have been set correctly too. So let's do a play and unplay. Okay, editor, hide diagnostics, generate, nothing. I don't get it. Let's pull one that's kind of constructed in the same way over and see how it does. So if I take empty collider and move empty collider, so that kind of in the same area, but not exactly the same area. This is just a box collider with nothing really to it besides the collider. So I'm going to hide diagnostics and I say generate. There we go. So we've got that collider doing just fine. It should be pretty friggin' similar to this other one. Maybe there's some kind of offsetting though. That's the thing I'm wondering about. I'm pretty sure that I could drag the empty collider over to the same spot as this. Here, let's move this out even further. And I'll get the ceiling. I mean, it'd be really surprising if I didn't. Well, how about that? I was wrong. Move this here. Hide diagnostics. Yeah. Huh. Empty collider here. Hide diagnostics, generate. Nope. So there's something about this that screws up the collision detection. Not collision detection, the ray casting. Alright, well let's just dismantle this thing until I understand what it is that's messing it up. So I'll take the empty collider, let's remove it. I'll just start taking things out of here until it works. This box here, where are you at? Alright, let's call this practice spikes. We'll unpack it. In fact, I'll just make a series of them. Okay, that's the first one that is going to be whole and reproduce the problem. Second one, call this number 2. Okay, and I will remove the LOD group from practice spikes 2 and see if that has any kind of effect. Oh, maybe I never set up LOD group. Where is it? What am I looking at? No, I don't think I ever set up the LOD group. Well, let's try it. It'd be weird if adding something to it fixed it, but let's just try it. So LOD goes to here, 0 goes to here, and 1 goes to here, and 2, we're just going to delete it. Cold is going to be down there at like 2%, super small. This maybe 15. Yeah. Okay. All right, so I got the LOD back in. I don't think that should affect anything, but let's try it. Okay. So weirdly, practice spikes 2 is sort of the more correct version of this, and it's yeah, I'm babbling. But let's change this to 1. So this is sort of like, this would be nice if this all worked together. So then let's make a copy and then start going the opposite direction of just removing things. I'll start with, let's just yank out LD1. Let's set practice spikes, LD group. Let's remove that. Okay. Rename this to anything else, because I get the feeling that the LOD names are magic names. Meaning I've seen documentation inside of Unity that says name your child objects as LOD01. So there might be something magic about that name that causes different behavior, and I want to rule that out. Okay, so probably these changes did not do anything to affect the ceiling. Okay, I don't see the ceiling, so let's keep going. Okay, so on this one, let's take out something else. Take out the shade. I suppose I could just be editing off of 2 until I get to a point where something's broken, but whatever. Okay. I think I should probably lock this height diagnostic. Wait a minute, where'd my 3 go? 3 should be on its own. Okay. Then let's get an extra inspector window, one that's not locked. Alright, I'll take 3 and then just edit it some more. I don't need to keep making copies until there's something insightful about doing that. Yeah, let's just go ahead and just delete everything that does anything, that renders anything, except for the outside. We'll leave the outside in. Okay. Let me do another generate. Oh, also I need to remember. Let's just move that. And just do another generate so I can make sure it's okay. Yeah. Cool. Right. What next? I guess what's left is this mesh that's here in the middle. Are there any? Oh, I still got the mesh collider. That's almost certainly it. It's picking one of the two colliders. That's almost certainly it. Okay, remove that component. Run this again. That's it. Awesome. So what I did that was wrong was I had two colliders and Unity was saying, give me your collider, and it pulled up the mesh collider instead of the box collider. It doesn't add them together, which is good. It probably shouldn't. Let's just take the one thing I added to this and add it into the prefab. Okay, spikes. LOD group, paste values. I wonder if that'll actually assign these correctly. Yeah, it does. That's nice. Nice. Okay, then let's remove the mesh collider and just save it. Okay, I see a warning down here. I'll fix the LOD groups in a second. Okay. Just get rid of all you guys and just redo it. Okay. Then we get rid of all the guys in LD1. Drag it over. I really like the LOD feature of Unity. I complain so much about software. I feel like the other side of that coin is like when software is doing something right, then I like to celebrate it a little bit. The LOD feature, it works like a champ. It dramatically increases my frame rate in some cases, and it's not much work to use it. So let's save that. That'll take a little bit of spinning. It's got to update all the instances in the scene. Okay, then let's get rid of my junkies. My practice spikes, just delete them. Okay, and let's turn off this height stuff. All right, so now I can try to solve this again. Oh, empty collider. Where you at? Delete. back. Let's see. Yep. I can, although I think I will probably want, ironically, to make it so you can't go through there. Oh man. Okay. So these squares, there's like some idea, like maybe you're crawling or something, you've ducked your head underneath of it. These squares, it would not make any sense for your head to be able to show inside of them. Huh. I'm thinking about this a little bit. Some different ways I could handle this. One is, do I want to add like a crawling animation to the player? The thing is that you would not see much of it at any time. So that'd be one way, and it would mean that like when you're over here, you would not have your head visible inside the spike area. Okay, that's one way to handle it. I'm dubious about that. It seems like a lot of work for not much gain. Another way would be just close off the underside of this with a regular block. And that would mean I'd still need a way to solve this problem of letting the player out of here. I could do it by maybe adding in another empty block where it's just a drop through, and that means that it'd have to be along the exterior. You'd be able to get through on this side. That's probably the way to do it. Okay, third option. Cheat this a little bit. So I could say that if you have a one height ceiling above you, just hide the top half of the game object for the player. Not sure if I can actually do that. I could probably get away with just hiding the whole game object, to be honest. This is kind of the worst case scenario here. I can't even see her feet, even with like the slightly tilted angle. Yeah, I could just hide her when you've got just everything like that. Another idea is change the pop-up spike so that it seems to imply that bottom part is see-through, or there's something that you can just see underneath it. And it's just like another grate, and the player's underneath the grate. That's a bit of a cheat too, and probably some visualization or some angle will make it look bad. Yeah, because I think this is confusing to see the player walking underneath these spikes, because her head is in the spot where the spikes are at. So yeah, I don't think that way is good. So I think I'm inclined to just hide the player game object if the ceiling is just one above her, because if I make a crawling animation, you're not going to be able to see it. It'd be a lot of work for something you can't really even see. Like I could take pains to make it so you could see it. Like I could say, for example, when you happen to be in this area like this, that you're just crouched down because you're surrounded by one high ceilings. Similarly, I could make you kind of look like you're crawling when you're right at the edge. But that has its own weirdness. Like if you didn't intend to crawl underneath here and you just were going to be walking around the edge, would you want to be crawling as you moved over here? And also, if the player is flat down in a crawling position, her feet are going to be like extending past the end of the square. It'll be less clear what square she's in. Other items that are in other squares that seem to imply that there's a boundary to them. Her feet would just be off in the middle of this grass square. Could do sort of a crouching animation when you get close, but I just don't think there's much value in it. It'll end up causing other visual problems. So just playing with a little bit. I think the solution is hide the player, in the low conditions. Okay, now but I gotta think about the transition between a square like this to the low one. If you go or maybe that's not the one that's worrisome, because that one I could just wait until she's moved to the new location and then turn her off. But in this one, go north, there's a tiny bit of time where she's still moving into the square. She's not left the previous square. Okay, she's turned off at this point. So if she's going from a, let's see, where's the case? Here's the case. Here she's starting not hidden. She'll move north. I should make her hidden, but at which exact time? Because I want her to just have those few frames where she's going underneath to show the movement. But I don't want her to be visible when she's standing here. And there's even like a little moment where her legs are visible as she's going underneath, but her head has started to come into this square, where I don't want her entirely visible or hidden if I'm doing it correctly. Let me see if the hierarchy allows for me to hide like just the top half of her or something like that. Okay, player. I may not even have that ability with what I've got here. So there's the rig. Okay, there's the torso. Let's add another tab. Hide the torso. Okay. So far, so good. I also want to hide the hands. I guess the head hair. Again, I've got that problem of when exactly to hide it. God, this is tricky stuff. Because, yeah, even when I disable the top part of her, I have extra visual problems with the surfaces underneath no longer having polygons over the top of it. You can kind of see through her like she's hollow. That's going to just be hell to figure some cheat on that. So let's put her back. Okay, I think I just level design around this. I think I put some kind of block on the bottom part of every spike like that. And then that means I have to leave ways out here. Okay, so let me see if I can solve this just as it is, because I fixed the one problem that wouldn't allow me to leave, and then I'll have to do something different. Okay. Down here, I'd have to do something like leave one square open here, like a drop through square, and then you can come out. Okay, so then come up here. So then I gotta think too, if I allow that to drop down there and I make these pop-up spikes extend down so there are obstacles on the underneath layer, what are the steps to get the one block out of here? I could just push them against the wall and kill it, and that would make it pop up to here, which in this case isn't bad. I think that would probably end up being what I have to do. Okay, so then we send this guy this way. Same kind of issue over here. Dang. Okay, so I wouldn't have been able to do that if these were both like blocks. So there's something going on here I don't quite understand. Is that just a shadow? Yeah, it looks like a shadow. Okay. I don't know, maybe I should just let her head be visible inside the spikes. Is it that bad? I mean, if I went that route, I could modify the graphic a little bit to seem like it was more feasible that she'd be walking underneath of it. Okay, where do I want the one to be? I think I want it to be on the other side and knocking it up. But before I do that, I want the axle to be swiveled around to catch it. It doesn't look that bad. It's what you call an animation a cheat. It's actually somewhat valuable to be able to see through like that too. Maybe I'm just rationalizing it, but I think it doesn't look that bad. It might be the best way to handle this. Okay, I forget what I was doing. Getting it to go. Yeah, here. Yeah, there's an interesting thing about this being able to walk underneath everything. Is it's another way of manipulating the camera to see what's going on in the level. So I might want to just keep this fairly open as far as letting the player go underneath of it. Okay, so let's knock that T block north. Cool. And I want it to go south. Oh, I forgot to make a thing that can spell fire, which is necessary to get this gate to close. But let me just make sure it's still playable. Let's go get that swung around. This time we don't want it to catch. One block is over here. Let's see how it did. Yep, we get 1 in T dropping down. Oh, that's not what I want though. That's right, F is going to land on it first. Actually, I need to move this formation down a little bit so that F has a drop hole right at the pillar start. Okay. So if I move this guy here, then T will end up here. F needs to drop through here. 1 needs to drop through there. Okay. Let's see if I can do this with an edge loop. Easier to just grab it from this side. Okay, and over here. This is one of the levels where I'm going to do a lot more thinking than the player does to make the level. I think this is going to look really confusing at first to a player, and then they'll just sort of say the only sensible thing for me to do is this, so therefore that action to be performed, and I think it's just going to kind of lead them along a path. I don't know. I'm not sure how hard this level is. Seems like it's definitely confusing when you first look at it. Okay. So then you get the F there, or the T here, you knock it this way. You're back in the familiar route that you started with. Okay, so I also need a way to spell fire, and it's going to drop down right here. No, right here. Here's where it drops down. I think a good way to do it is we just put all the words for fire in one spot, or all the letters for them in an inaccessible spot, and it'll be a block pad there, and all you got to do is destroy the F block and it'll go in place. Okay, so I'll put that thing up over here. Let me even put it on top of a wall. I think, is there any way to get to that? So you could walk up here and you could fling that way, but that wouldn't allow you to do anything with this. You'd just drop down when you got there. So this looks pretty safe as far as not being disruptible. If I want to just kind of remove the possibility space a little bit, I could put rails around it too. I'll wait on doing that. Let's make sure it all works first. No, okay, prefabs. Preprocess. And let's go. Stupid height map. Okay, well, I mean, at least it got it to the right place, so let's see if I can still get it to go around. Yes, I have made the loop. The one block is ready to be. Okay, made the loop. Just need to recalc the height map and then probably can solve it. Probably. Okay. Oh, I didn't need to do anything there yet, but might as well. Gonna get that one ready. Okay, now I got my F. Fire! Fire! Go around one more time. Cool. Okay, how does this work? Okay. Okay, get this guy ready. Yeah, this is one where if you understand it, if you got a plan that makes some kind of sense to you, it's not going to be hard. But I don't know if I've got this lined up right. The whole thing might need to be up north by 1 in order for it to work. Was there a different way I was supposed to come into this? No, it was supposed to catch it just 1 north. No, I'm seeing it wrong. It is right. I'm just seeing it wrong. Okay. Okay, and the 1 is in a good spot to actually this might be a little bit tricky. Any way I push it, it's gonna go flanking. Oh no, not this way. This way it'll be right in place. Yeah. this way. That should be victory. Although I don't want to drop down there, do I? Okay, that's alright. Yeah, there's victory. Okay. It works. There are refinements to make. So I need to make something that will allow you to destroy blocks if you get stuck without having to restart everything. And I actually made this object, which I think visually works for it. So let me create that little area. Ah. Seems like it needs to be a little bit bigger. I was going to delete this thing. I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I think it'll work perfect for what I'm trying to do. This thing that I call, or I did call it, I'll call it something else now. I called it a life fence. It was supposed to be a fence that prevented life from passing through it, and it was like the first visual thing I was going to use for doing the pop-up spikes, because it would have behaved just like pop-up spikes. But then I looked at it and it just didn't seem like it was matching like it was matching what you'd expect. Okay, so let's bring this up higher, because it needs to not compete. The letter block I'm going to make, it needs to not compete with the other ones down below. So this thing is kind of like you make a sacrifice to this thing, and it destroys everything that matches what you sacrifice to it. You know, I think I'm going to call it like a, I don't know what I'll call it. I'm thinking of altar, because it does seem like that's what you're doing. You're giving it something that it destroys, and you get some benefit, like it destroys everything else as well, which causes them all to go back to their block pads. So if I get a 1 stuck up here and I destroy it, it should go someplace else. Also visually, I'd like this to look a little bit better. So let's go up a little bit higher. I know what I'll do. I'll make it accessible from this top height thing. You can fling off. I think we'll say, let's go south from here, and you can get to this area where you can see the life fence, or whatever I would choose to call it, the altar, and destroy it. So let's get rid of that. No, not you. You. Let's put some pillars around this that are the same height as that. See, how high are we over here? What we got? Is that? Well, I'll start by moving these over. Yeah, I think I'll end up moving the egg a little bit north. I don't think this is the right height. It's probably a little bit higher, but I'll just create this to start. Send it off this way. No, I'm wrong. It is the right height. Nope, I'm double wrong. It has to be up one more higher. Alright, so cosmetically it's going to look a little bit more fun if I put the small pillar down at the bottom, so I'll do that. What? One of these is not like the others. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay. So I want my life fence altar thing to come over here. I guess I can move you too. So to show that this is a place to fling to reach that area, I'll put an arch. I'm feeling a little bit bad that I have got one level where I put an arch and then when you fling you die when you follow it, so I might go back to that other level. I'd like to create a little convention here. It's like suggesting that the player go ahead and try to fling if they've got an arch, or that there's, you know, something that matches it, or because I don't want to encourage like trial and error flinging. So I need some conventions that say it's probably going to work if you fling this way. Okay, license. I'll rename it to alter. Pretty sure that's what I'm going to end up calling it. I think it doesn't want me to rename it while I've got that filter on. Okay, rename to alter. Tricky to see where this little guy is actually at. Okay, there are you. I think you are below. Okay. He gets big when you get close to him. Kind of looks like I've got the offset set poorly. What? Oh, that's rotation. Okay. Why? Wow, its local transform is 5? Weird. There we go. I should set these to 1. Make it easier to see what it's up to. This is weirding me out a little bit, because if I say, what's going on with this? What is going on? It's the rotation. The rotation is confusing me. Okay. So 5.5. There we go. That seems better. Why did I delete license? That was actually a good script to hold on to. Alright, I'll come back to that. Anyways, there'll be this guy up here. You'll be able to fling to get over to this area. There'll be a 1 block up here. And you should be able to walk around to push it into the live fence. So to make it so you can walk around it, I need to pull this lip out a little bit. For symmetry, I'll do it on the other side. I think you might even be able to see the, if you're just walking up here, you might be able to see the arch on the other side. Okay. Yeah, I could do something a little more like this, or put it like so. Yeah, it's not as good. This is also kind of bad too. Got the arch going against that. Huh. Alright, I take it back. Let's put this over here. We'll have, at some point I'll clean this up and make it look a little prettier, but I think in order to make it look pretty, I want this to be over there. This guy, I want to be over here, but I don't want this to be right up against the stairs for different reasons, so let's pull it out just a little. And then there'll be some floor over here. Maybe reuse this guy. Okay. Okay. So if I've already got this thing up here, make a rail, catch. Keep on thinking of like 3 or 4 things at once that I need to do, and I'll start talking about like one thing that I'm about ready to start doing, then I remember one more task to do. So here I need a catch point, because also I think I'm going to make it so if you land on this you're dead. Okay, but then the other thing I'm going to do is the exit. And I think the exit, I could do something kind of interesting where I put it down the bottom, but you have to fling to get to it. So let me try that. So ideally you would be lined up so you could fling out this way. Okay, I need some kind of wall around it, so okay, cool. Here I'll put another arch. It's going to be my convention, like go ahead and fling. Go ahead and try it. It'll be alright. That's going to be my convention. Maybe I'll just use floor in case I can reuse it up top. No, because I just decided I'm going to do windows. Windows coming up, it'll look better. And you'll be able to see at the bottom, this is where the exit is, but you won't be able to get to it right away. Okay, so this next one up here needs to come down just a little. And then the ways that I want to allow walking in. No, not a wall. Because there's going to be like a victory up here. When victory is closed, that means you can go on through, but you have to be going around the outside to get to it. So trying to keep my convention of any step that you're not really meant to step onto is going to be a wall. So let's add a wall square here. Also, the window structure's got to be a little bit different around the arch. Instead of having an arch go against the window, it's got to go against the wall. Here we want the victory gate letter gate west. This game will get you good at spelling words backwards. Say that. Victory. Okay. So then let's get the wall in. Okay, so this guy is just going to come all the way up to the top of the word victory. Yikes, not that. This, okay. Well, we could do it in a couple of tiers. That's about right. Okay, let's duplicate these, move them to the other side. Okay. And up top, we'll just put the final roof cap band off. Get some windows. That's is this west east? Yeah, okay, that's west east. Okay. Let's see. I'm just going to make one instance of the object for each window I need, then I'll drag them out to wherever they should go. On this side, that's actually wrong. There shouldn't be anything there. Okay, so I've got all the west-east ones. Let's do the north-south. No, I left a block over here. Yeah, let's move that where it needs to go. Sacrificial block for the altar. I think that works. I mean, I could add some more windows if I wanted to. Yeah, well, let me add a few more. Because really the only place that needs to be open is where you fling right here. The rest can be windowed off, and that'll probably look better. Okay. Okay. And this is what? West-east. Okay. West-east, one here. Okay. That gets you to victory. This would, in theory, be the mechanism that you destroy the 1 blocks if you screw up. I think I'm almost getting to the point where it needs to all be cased up and made pretty. I'm going to check that I can solve it one more time before I get into that. Oh, I forgot. I got to do a present too. What is the present puzzle? Maybe it should be something to do with this guy. No, let me look over some stuff. Yeah, I can't pretty it up until I've got the present there. I think I got it. I think I got it. So after you've managed to get to victory, you do have some flinging ability going north from here. do you have it going? Ooh. If I move it over just a little bit, maybe it already is there. I could get down to here. That wouldn't be bad. Okay, so let me take a look. Where is the place that this intersects? So I've got this going down to here, and then you can, for the first time, fling against this pillar and land on it in this direction. Then there could be some other place to go to get the bonus from this side. So let's go ahead and do that. I just need to bring it out by 1. Cool. Okay, so that would let you come out to here. You would also get a little bit of feedback that a fling is possible if you came out and did the fling guide, because it would go out of bounds for all of them except for this one. So let's see. I think I can just simplify this. I don't want to pull it out because then I've got more places I can drop down from. Unless I extend this out a little bit further. Okay, I'll do that. Nope, not like that. Go that way. That way. Make a little balcony type thing. And I think I'll rail it up just a little bit to narrow the possibilities and also draw attention to the areas that you could fling from. So I don't want this to be like a trial and error game. Where are all the places I could fling from and what happens when you do it? I don't want that. But because this is an area that you would only be able to get to after you had solved the main puzzle, that makes it a candidate for a place to fling from. Okay. I might even like rail more on this side and leave this unrailed just to be more obvious, but we'll see. Okay. The other thing is going to happen is people seeing the bonus and trying to work out in reverse, like what is the path to get to it. So that's another way that people can kind of figure out where the hell am I trying to go, that sort of thing. Okay, how hard do I want to make this? The easiest thing would be just put a pillar right here and a present on top of it. think almost everybody would get that. Just to obfuscate it a tiny bit more, I could move it like you walk out to here, then you fling some other direction, you go someplace else, that kind of thing. I think I will do that. So we'll put a pillar there. And I've really benefited by having like my playtester Schick and Alex play a ton of levels like this, so I got some idea of the difficulty. Following my own convention, I need to make this a floor square. It is a bit of a giveaway, but I want to be entirely consistent. Say, there we go. Okay, so then from here, I'll throw a pillar up over on this side that you can get to. For the moment, let's just duplicate this. And how high up is that? Is that too high? I think it's too high, yeah. So let's just grab another pillar, put it underneath. What am I missing? I think I dragged the offset earlier instead of the, yeah. That's the problem. Okay. Okay. So then, if you go this way, I've got something that's here blocking. It's blocking a fling that might have to happen in this direction. Let me just see what happens if I pull this over. Okay, so that could be the new thing that blocks it. It can also be something that you could land on. But if I make it land the boulder, it's got to be something to catch you. Easily done. Just throw a bit of scenic wall by it. Okay. It might be interesting to let you just walk around on this space. I could make a way for you to get to it. So then you fling this direction, and suddenly you're able to get into the prohibited area. All right, I'll be right back. that good feeling like, oh yeah, this level's going to be so cool. Somebody's going to love this level. That's the feeling I've got. Sometimes I'm wrong, though. Sometimes it's somebody's going to hate this level. Probably there will be, before it's over, a group of both people. It was the level I thought everyone was going to love. And it was not. Images, let's see. Drawed, level 13. This one. So I made... Dang it, just show me the... Okay, map of the 13th level. It's a giant ass maze. And you could only see one room at a time, or 1/25 of it at a time. And, you know, people didn't like it that much. I was so excited when I was making it, too. Just because you got that feeling doesn't mean it's going to be good. But I will say that every time that there was a really good level, it was preceded by that feeling. So it is almost a requirement to have that very excited feeling in order to make a great level. But just because you've got it doesn't mean it's going to be good. Okay, so flinging this way, what would be a nice way to get them onto the board? So up above the board, they can go over the top of all this stuff if I want. Well, they could have gotten onto the board already over here, unless I rail that off in some way. That will be the case. So if I want the bonus on the board, I will have to tighten up this here, which will draw more attention to it. I could probably fix this a little bit more subtly by adding in some pop-up spikes underneath. That's got its own issues. Okay, so if this goes this way, you walk out here. It would be I want the player to actually fling out here. That's the goal. Let's raise this up. I also like the idea of having the bonus be out in this inaccessible play area, but you get access to it. So I could rail off on two corners and put spikes here and here. I can't get away from, not here, I don't need one here. It would be rail off on two corners and put spikes down here. Or it would be spikes on all four sides. I think this is really already very obvious that it's something you'll want to be on top of at some point. So let's go ahead and put rails, see what that looks like. Rail southwest. Might look kind of bad on top of a pillar. I think this is the first time I tried it on a pillar. looks pretty good. Yeah, that works. Visually that works. Still need to put one spike down here. Actually, yeah, just one. Okay, I didn't have a hole here, did I? I'll find out when I try to solve it. Okay. All right. To get onto this, go that way. Go that way. Come this way, and then there's a question of, do I want them like fly across this whole thing and keep going? That might be fun. Okay. Okay, the thing that could really work is if I send them down here. Okay. But they've got to have this maneuvered over so that they can fling to it, drop down, then walk over here and drop down. That's it. That's what I want. That is going to make me very happy. Because if they don't have it set up, then they won't be able to get into that space, get into that inaccessible space. This here, we'll do northwest. Okay, then now that they're on this level, I can put the bonus, the present any place, any place at all, far away from this. And the thing I like about it is it'll be hard to work backwards from where the present is located at to discover what you need to do to get to it. So what's a place where it's not very populated? Over here, but that's kind of close to the jump off point. Maybe over here. This seems like a good place. I've got a lot of railing off to do. Because right now there's all kinds of ways you can get in to this middle area. Okay, so that's highly visible. Far away from the stuff that you actually need to get to it. I could also put it out over here. Okay, let's see if I can get the bonus. I also have to solve everything too. Okay. Then I can case it up, pretty it up, decorate it. Okay, here you start off lower because I got the ceiling up above you. It's a lot to take in for the start of level. Okay, I hate that. I have to see if I can fix that. I could put some colliders underneath to force the camera down a little bit lower. Okay. If you were trying to figure this shit out, you'd come up here, you'd look around. Man, there's a lot to figure out in this level. Once you have a plan, you're good. But until you have a plan, it must be tough. This thing will react to you once I get its script back in there. I have to rescue that from Git. Okay, there's the victory over there. Can't fling through, not yet. Okay. This level is definitely coming way after the other pop-up spike level I made. I think it's hard. I think it's hard to figure out what the hell to do, and then after that it gets a lot easier. The bonuses looks really difficult to me. This thing where you can walk underneath everything is actually pretty helpful. I thought it was going to be confusing and an impediment, but it's actually a help to the player. Oops, too far. Take it back. Oh, I forgot. I sent it too far. Okay, this is a good test of can I get it back to a solvable state? I don't think I ever tried this yet. Because the 1 is definitely not where I want it to be. This might be where I need to use the altar. Oh. Yeah, I would need to use the altar at this point. That's one problem with where I put the present, though, is it's not letting you push the 1 block all the way there. So I'll move the present. Put it here. That's not bad. It's a little bit red herring like to have it right by this, but it's okay. Let me also start trying to fix this, it might take a number of iterations. Let's move an empty collider. I don't do too many of these, thankfully, but it's a nice simple tool to fix the camera position issues. It's just add an extra collider that makes it duck down lower. That should probably do it. Thankfully, camera issues are really rare. I seem to have gotten a pretty solid algorithm for that. Okay, no, still need to do something else with the collider there. Maybe bring it a little lower. Maybe it just needs to play again. Didn't pick up the collider. All right. Bonus. Can we get it? That's another kind of mistake that needs a recovery option. Let's see what it does. Yeah, this one I'd be fucked on. I need to write that alter code to get to a place where I could recover without restarting. I'll just restart for now. It might have been a bad idea to put all of that up here, now that I think about it, because you've got to, okay, cool, it wasn't just the editor cycling, okay, because you've got to go up there and explore a bit to figure it out. It's not real convenient to find it. I don't know, I'm thinking about that some more. Okay, let's see if I can get to the bonus. I'll be a little more careful. Putting something in front of it. Yes, I am. I want it to be cut. Okay, destroy F. Take the 1. Okay, where am I going next? I want the 1 to come over here. Okay, I think everything should be set up to catch. It should be catching. Okay, then going this way, it comes down, but I want the axle to be swung around to catch it on the next one after. I'll go ahead and do this one first. Okay, that closed the victory gate. Okay, so here's where I could fling over. Okay, here. Nope. Here. Nope. Okay, so there is an option here that the player should be able to discover. And you can even see the base of it, and you can see the shadow. So you might have a little bit of cue as to where you're going. First time I come over, I haven't done anything though. Got to set things up before I can do that. Okay. This one is already set up correctly for me to get out of it. For me to get down onto the inaccessible area. That almost makes me think, nah, let's make them work a little bit harder. Yeah, I'm going to make them work harder. You can do that with the bonus challenges. But still, I'll verify that I can get through this way. And now you're just here in this place that you couldn't have gone for the last half hour while you were trying to work this out. So there must be a little bit of, yay, I'm on this thing kind of feeling. There's the bonus. You got it. Alright. But let's make it a little more cool. Because first I was thinking like, okay, you got to move this axle over in order to be able to get over there from here. But you would have already moved it over when you set it up for the path to go through here. So yeah, I'll make this even a little more fun. I'll make it so you have to loop around and hit it from the north. So let's... And I don't think like all these extra routing things make the puzzle that much harder. They just add just a tiny little bit of obfuscation to it. But the real thing is that you've got to work out where these need to be positioned. So if you come through this whole crazy route thing one time, you can know like, oh, well crap, I guess I need to set that up so that it's pointing the right way, pointing north. Okay, so I'll make one that comes up here. I think along this edge is good. Okay. Do rail southeast on this. Up this way. Just going to be flying around all over the place. I think it would make a little more sense to have this over one. Okay. Bam. Okay, rail northwest and northeast. Northeast here. Northwest here. Okay, you're coming back down this way. And here you want to have this guy turned around to go north. Okay, that's good because it is an explicit direction you need to pick. It's not the same as the death direction if you happen to kill yourself. And this direction, which is probably where it's going to be at, won't help you. So, yeah. And now since I've got the player popping up over here, I feel like the bonus ought to be in a different area. Not really to make it harder, but to just make it seem like a more rewarding journey. something else. Over here I thought, like, okay, you can also go south. But if the player chooses to go south, I don't want to penalize them for that. So I'm just going to make like a dead end this way. They can try it, you know, if they want. Could put it down in the corner too. I kind of like it down the corner. Let's do that. Can't tell if those are well formed or not. I think they are. I'll put light down there a little bit later. Don't want to keep going with all of the corners. Why not? Why not? It only takes you like 5 flings to get there. And you can fling back without any penalty. Just you waste a little bit of time to identify a dead end. Okay, delete that. Get this guy too. And then I've got symmetry as well. Which is not like something that has to be there, but some symmetry isn't a bad thing. Okay, and here I think I don't want to allow them to come back to here. Let's just put a rail. It's the end of the ride. You gotta go back. Try the other direction. Too dark, too dark. Cannot see. I could make it all kind of blue, why not? See what that looks like. Yeah, all right. So now you go and look at this thing and you wonder like, what the hell? How do I even get to that? You can't even make a plan until you get up here and you start exploring like these guys. And eventually you might be able to notice that moving these in one direction would allow you to land on top of it and walk off outside of this area. Man, this shit is complex. This is going to attack somebody. Alright, let me continue experimenting with the empty collider. I diagnostic. Let's run it. Where's my collider? Where are you at? Right there. Okay, it seems like I want my collider to come out over here. I think that's it. Okay. Boom. Okay. Fixed it. Over there I might need the collider as well. So to the left and right, I'll just copy them and move them over left and right, and then that'll keep me low around this area and you won't be able to see the nonsense. I'll have to do that kind of thing maybe with some of the other arches too. Okay. Oh, so much shit going on. But I feel like I need to work on simplifying this or creating things that make it easier to manage. I don't mind the present being hard as fuck to figure out. I don't mind that. But the level exit, that feels, man, I hope I don't overdo it. That's how I feel about it. Alright, so let's see if I get the bonus. It's not too bad moving the one in place. It's just when you mess up and you get it in the wrong spot. Recovering from that is a little rough. I'll put some rails up top that clearly show where the ways to fling are. Okay, where is it coming? Oh, it's coming north. That's right. If I find this is too difficult for the exit level, the way to make it work is to get rid of the second loop, I think. But I like the second loop, I really do. So I'm loath to fuck with it. Okay, so here you want to let it come through. Got the fire. Okay, this should be ready. It falls down. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go set the axle. Let me say I fucked this up. Let me say I pushed the one way off in the wrong direction. Gotta get it back there. Well, it doesn't help that I don't have any grass here to catch it. So I should get some grass there. I suppose I need to get it back to here. Maybe the place to do it would be a catch point, right? No. That's a complicated place to put it. Having it go right up the middle though, that might be okay. Let me see what that looks like. Eggs in the way. Okay. Then so I was going to have a convention which was that every pillar that you see extends underneath. And if I did that, then I could line this guy up just one higher, and it would it serve that purpose? No, because you can't push out with this structure. Well, if I delete this block here, you would be able to push it this way. It also means that you'd have a little bit of consternation perhaps if you were trying to go down in this direction. But I can just make sure there's grass on the other side. Okay, let me fix up the grass. Okay, so that's your way out in this direction. hit that. If you've got the one, let's see, the one would be down here. If you push it out this way west, then you want it to get caught before going all the way to the wall. If you push it the other direction, how are you then? Let me just make another one of these. Go. Yeah, you get out to here, and then you can go south. Seems maybe problematic. You go north. Okay, there you're good. Just don't want too many opportunities to fuck up. On this level that is probably going to be much harder to understand what the hell it is than it is to actually solve it. Okay, what was the other one? You came out here. Is that where you hit? Yes. Okay, you went here and you went south. And actually you'll end up knocking here. So let's put one, okay, there. Go the other way. There, it's caught. It's fine. Okay, what about the north direction? Do I have that covered? Okay, it ends here. Well, you can't get south of it to push it north. So that should be fine as well. And even if you could, you can push east and be back on track, I think. But that's wrong. I don't know why that's there. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. Maybe just to draw attention to the fact that you could go west from here, I'll just add an extra thing coming out this way a little bit. I do not want to make this hard. Harder than it already is. It's a lot. I can see it's a lot. Maybe I'll start casing up these grass sections just to make them look nicer, but then when I'm testing I'll be able to see, you know, if I've caused something to break by the casing. Casing is my term for adding some extra geometry to make something look nice. But not just to make it look nice, but to make it feel encapsulated. Do I have a spot? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Like if you have seen like the internal parts of some kind of consumer electronics item, and it's like a bunch of chips and on boards and wires and stuff, and then the casing goes around it to kind of make it look like something aesthetically pleasing, but also to hide away the ugliness of the structure. I think what I want to do here is just kind of make it clear what routes each little section is allowing you to take. if there's a case where there's no way for something to go in this way, I think I just want to wall that off. So weird. I thought my tile code, auto tiling code, was a little more robust than that, but it's a little like I have to keep on smoothing it over, like a brush or something each time I make a change. Well, there is one there, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't duplicate it. Okay. Yeah, that's a little glitchy, I gotta admit. Okay, it feels like there's an extra one here that's just not showing. Yeah, you're there. Huh. Don't be weird. Okay. This one, yeah, there is a way to get in there. Okay. Can't remember why there's one here. Maybe no good reason. Maybe it's something like one was tossed this way, then went south. I'll leave it. Come on. There we go. Yeah, something about when it's surrounded on all sides, it's harder for me to get the auto tiling to kick in. I need to stop bragging about my auto tiling when it's got these bugs in it. It's like, it ain't all that. I do think it's pretty good. axes. Okay. Okay, I think that'll do it. Let's see if everything still works. Let's see if it's still solvable. And then if it is, I'll get to more casing. Oh, I forgot, I gotta do the under parts of these. So those will all just be, let's just make them colliders. Nah, because it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass to find colliders. So let's use scenic walls. Okay. So one there. One there. So the rule is anything that extends up on the top side of this will also extend it. That one will need to make a pillar because it's right on the edge. It might be visible. Although, now that I think about it, I don't think you ever get to see a camera angle that would show it, so never mind. Okay, that one, does it go all the way down already? Let's move this out here while I go check it. Nope, it doesn't go down. So let me finish up the other ones first that are more trivial than that one. Okay. On this side it does need a pillar because you will be able to see it a little bit. And I avoid using the pillars on the other ones because they've got more polygons to them, so I figured why waste processing time on those extra polygons when you'll never actually see them. Okay, let's just hide a bunch of these so I can see what's up underneath easier. This isn't bad, I think. This empty space here is not worth anything. And if I'm gonna put that out a little bit further, let me pull the pad up closer to it. And if I can do that, then I can move the stairway closer. So let's do that. Looks like I followed my policy pretty well here. There is a way you can get in on the sides over here I don't like very much. Let me just do something like, I'll assume this wall extends on top all the way up to the edge here. Okay. Put all those hidden floors back in. So if I put that there on the bottom, then I want this to drag across. Thinking about casing while I do it. I don't want this to come up. Let's just say maybe. That's not bad. All right, maybe I should just finish casing up the stairs because that could affect the puzzle solution too. I want the arch to have a wall support along its backside. I'll stick a wall in there. Comes down, but since it comes all the way down, that means underneath I need some stuff that does the same. I guess this should be a wall instead of a scenic wall. So let's do a wall decorator. Since you can see it. Okay. All right. Let's keep looking at this casing. Rails up top. I'm definitely going to rail everything that's not, any way that's not useful to fling. I'm doing this just to tone down the overwhelming amount of possibilities that seem to be present in the level before the players figured out some kind of plan. What? Snap for me, snap for me, snap, snap. west-east on this one. West there, and from here you go straight up or straight north to get to this one. This one I think is east along the top. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for decoration, let's put a big old fat 2x2 pillar in the middle. Okay, so we go pillars, 2x2, maybe a 2x4. Nah, stick with 2x2. I don't want to obscure the view in any way. And I'll try a pillar lamp on top of it, but it might be a little crazy. Okay. Okay, back to the rails. Okay, this one is north down west. This one's west down north. I should be doing west, east, down, north. Okay. Delete you. Delete you. Delete you. West, east, down, north. North, south. So there's both a simplifying and complicating thing about Rails. So they're simplifying in that they reduce the possibility space for the puzzle solver. But visually they look more complex. So sometimes I think I'm making things simpler and it's actually making it more complicated. But I'll take a look at it in a second and see if it is doing one thing or the other. Okay. I could even, sometimes it's hard for me to decide if I start with a rail, do I want to just take it all the way down? But if it's not really serving any purpose, maybe let's just take it out. Because, like I said, it makes it more visually complicated. As a player, you can see, if I fling this way, I'll just come back down here. So that's not really a possibility simplification to add rail here. This feels like it needs to go up a little bit higher. Okay, that's not bad. There's some more finishing touches on the rails, but I think that defines like the constraints of that space and how much, what area it's going to take up. This guy here, I kind of don't like a flat wall being right next to the floor. The thing I can do is just raise it up 0.1. Then it's not just like right there. Okay. So much work to do on this, and I think it's going to take like another 2, 3, 4 hours to finish it up. I might do the rest offline because I want to have some brunch. Brunch with my wife. That's what I'm going to do. But I'll test this out one more time and see if I can play through it. And I think regardless of what happens with the playthrough, that'll be the end of the stream. So let's give it a shot. In fact, just to stop height map problems, I'm going to unplay and play one more cycle there. Colliders, empty colliders. Let's go ahead and fix this other problem I know about already. Okay, so we'll say, let's duplicate that, go 1 to the left, let's duplicate that, 2 to the right, and I think that will cover that. Alright, if anyone's lurking, I'll say my goodbyes right now. This is the part in the party where I walk around and say, hey, good to see you, taking off. Alright, let's play. Still a little. I think it needs another play edit cycle or edit play cycle, and then it'll pick up those colliders I just created. That's probably the case. I am wondering about the wisdom of putting the present right there as well as other things. It feels like I've given the players starting out in the level like too much shit to look at. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Alright, just make sure this thing's still solvable. Okay, that's where I was gonna put a pillar, but I did not. Okay. Okay, many changes here made. Let's make sure puzzle still works. Alright. Bad playthrough. Oh, let's do one more. Boy, I tell you, this level is just... I got so much hope and fear about this level. It's got things that could be great about it, but it also seems like it's super confusing. That's cool. Okay. Okay, now go get the axle. It looks nice. It's not getting in the way of the view. That's about perfect. Get a little bit of that blue light there, but it's not blooming out in a crazy way. Alright, I'm okay with the tower. Okay, let's go get that. I think the rails do help bring a little simplification up top. You don't have to come up top that much either, so I don't mind a little bit of work to get up here. It is work to come down to the altar. If you screw up. Also, I gotta think, like, if you screw up, and you destroy all the ones by knocking this guy onto the altar. I'll have to make sure that each place that the one appears at, that it could appear at, there's some way to get it back to the outer greens, which is basically your safe area where you know you can get everything to where it needs to go. Alright, so what was I doing? Where's that T block? It's okay. It's just to my west. Are we good that way? Yes, we are. Okay, I want that to be going through. Get the F. That's fine. It's the case where I pushed it the wrong way. So we'll move it to the right spot. Oops, I went too far. I think I did. Let's see, where's it at? Okay, yeah. I want it Okay, I want it to be down here. Cool. Nice. Okay, then I want it to go south and get caught on the axle. There it feels like I ought to be able to go into that little corner spot. I think I'm not able to. Okay, so I'll have to take a look at that one. Let me write that down. I'll probably forget if I don't. Okay, colliders under egg arch. Southeast corner under of central tower, lowest tier doesn't match tower. Okay, what else did I see? Worried about entry area being overwhelming. Now what was I doing? I was coming up to fix the axles, I think. I already got the axle fixed. Okay, cool. So let's take this guy north. So here I could destroy it, and it's just ready right now. But I want to try the case where it's off in a bad place. I need to get it back into the right place. There we go. Works. Awesome. Cool. Okay, now I'm into the exit this way. Question is, can I get to all the bonus stuff? So let's see what that journey's like. There's something nice that you can see the bonus when you're starting out, or the present, but you're gonna have to go all the fuck around the level to get to it. So your first disappointment is I just landed in this spot, but you should be able to see, oh look, there's that thing just south of me that maybe I could get to. So bam, do that. Okay. Now go the way I know is wrong. Yeah. Dead end. Okay, now I flip by the first place that I had originally been at. Somewhere new. Thinking about, like, if there were 1 blocks in either of these locations. No, I would just go over the top of them. I'm up high enough to go over the top. Oh, that's misaligned. Right, because I was going to move that one over just a tiny bit. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make that one change real quick, but I'm not going to play through it again. Because I got to go do some brunch. So this one, just move it over. Oh, like so. Okay, then you go this way. Bam, bam, bam. Then you hit that way. Yeah. Cool. All right. That's it for my stream. DZ, if you're on, have a good night. I'm going to stop the stream. Stop my stream. Stop my stream.